National Security Council. We thank them for their patience, and I move that it be referred to the plenary for consideration, including the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the peace process.
Can we take it up one by one first? So first, the National Security Council. It is Senator Legarda informs the chamber that the minority leader is already in receipt of the report and that he has manifested that there are no more questions that he wishes to raise. With that, we shall, upon motion of Senator Legarda, the budget of the National Security Council is hereby submitted for consideration by the plenary. Thank you, Senator Legarda. We shall now consider and resume consideration of the budget of the Office of the Presidential Advisor on the peace process, and we recognize Senator Benigno Aquino as the principal sponsor of the measure.
Mr. President, currently there are no more questions for the OPAP, so I move that we submit their budget for consideration at the plenary.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Thanks, sir.
1 minute recess, and we request the next agency, DOST, to come to the session hall and occupy the seats for the resource persons.
have to do this one by one, ano? One by one, huh? Yeah, 2 minutes.
The session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to recognize one of our vice chairmen in the Committee on Finance, Senator Recto, to present the budget of the Department of Science and Technology.
The budget of the consideration of the budget of the Department of Science and Technology is in order. For this purpose, we recognize the Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, Senator Recto, to present the budget. Senator
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the budget of the Department of Science and Technology is 19,151,610,000.
Can we have it again? 19 billion.
19,151,610,000. That is for the Office of the Secretary and all the attached agencies, Mr. President.
All right. Is there any member of the chamber who wishes to avail of the period of interpellation of this budget?
I am told, Mr. President, that no one signified their intention to interpolate with regard to the budget of the DOST.
Minority Leader confirms that there is no one from the minority group who would want to interpolate, and neither is there anybody in the majority who has indicated the intention to interpolate. So we now close the period of debate. The chair is now ready to receive the appropriate motion.
Yes. Mr. President, I move that the committee submits for plenary the approval of the budget of the Office of the Secretary,
All right.
the Advanced Science and Technology Institute, Food and Nutrition Research Institute, Forest Products Research and Development Institute, Industrial Technology Development Institute, Information and Communication Technology Office, Metals Industry Research and Development Center, the National Academy of Science and Technology, National Research Council of the Philippines, the PAG-ASA, the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic and Natural Resource Research and Development, Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, Emerging Technology Research and Development, Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, Philippine Nuclear Research Institute, Philippine Science High School, the Philippine Textile Research Institute, Science Education Institute, Science and Technology Information Institute, the Technology Application and Promotion Institute.
Any objection? Hearing none. The budget of the Department of Science and Technology and the attached agencies is hereby submitted for the consideration of the plenary.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I request for a 1-minute suspension as we have our representatives from the state universities and colleges move into the plenary hall.
So the session suspended. Okay, sige. Thank you. Salamin po.
SUCs, tinapos na po.
Then, nasaan yung mga SUCs? Nandiyan na? Kompleto na ba? Ha? Ha? Yun na ba ito lang? Resource persons? The session is resumed. The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize one of our Vice Chairman in the Committee of Finance, Senator Gingona, to present the budget for the state universities and colleges.
The consideration of the budget of the state universities and colleges is in order. The Chair recognizes the Vice Chairman of the committee, Senator Jofisto Gingona to present the budget.
Mr. President, Senator
Thank you,
Soto
Mr.
will also be taking advantage of the period of interpellations.
Thank you. Senator Gingona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, yes.
Mr. President, may we have the total budget again for the SUCs?
The total budget of the SUCs is 33,919,524,000.
Can we have that again?
33,919,524,000. Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Every year, consistently, the SUCs ask for additional allocations because they're never given that. But may we know first how well they have utilized the budget that they were given for personal services, MOE, and capital outlay? In other words, gamit na gamit naman ano, Mr. President.
Yes, they have utilized their budget.
All right.
I don't think there's anything left over.
Any problems or
Yes.
any to that effect? All right. Well, the budget have increased generally. No, the budget of the SUCs have increased. There has been a cut in their MOOE and the capital outlay. Almost half of our SUCs, 59 out of the 114 SUCs have MOOE cuts. 40 have capital outlay cuts. And at least 20 universities had cuts in both MOOE and capital outlay. In particular, which SUCs would be most affected by these cuts, Your Honor, Mr. President? How will these budget cuts affect the ability of these SUCs to achieve their mandate?
Mr. President, there were never any cuts. When you mean cuts, maybe you're referring to what they asked for and what DBM appropriated for them.
Well, yeah, you can look at it that way.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right.
Okay, if that's our definition of cuts. Okay, then. What's the question, Mr. President?
Yeah, so how are they affected by this presentation of the DBM minus their original budgets? If you do not want to call it as cuts.
It was not approved. The CO, which they This was the CO going to be managed. This not will be considered. CO is what they asked for.
Mr. President,
Yes.
all right. As as far as PS and MOE is concerned, there has been no cut. Ang malaki po yung sa CO, capital outlay.
Ganong
the
malaki
one-
yung proposal nila na hindi binibigay.
Yes, Mr.
Alright.
President.
Okay. In the past kasi, I've noticed that the SUCs have been compelled to compensate for the lack of funds through internal income. Ano?
Yes,
That's what they do. You know, on the average, how much can the universities earn through internal income? Would it say be 10% of their budget, 20% of their budget? And while you're checking, Mr. President, can you find out what percentage of this income is sourced from the mandatory fees paid by the students for some of the universities?
So, can you percentage it? One is how much of the budget is from internal general, and the other is from the fees. Percentage percent. May I ask for 1 minute suspension while they're calculating?
Suspended for 1 minute.
You ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, while the sponsor is about to give me the figures that I have been asking for, I believe that Senator Pia Cayetano knows where I'm coming from and what I'm trying to reach. May we ask that she be recognized to explain an issue that we were trying to drive at, Mr. President.
Yes, I'll be happy to put on record the information we elicited during the hearings of this committee, and also from the experience my staff and I have sitting on the board of the SUCs. To respond to the query, the answer is very varied. There is no, the range is very big between SUCs that generate some income and other SUCs that generate almost no income. But if you look at the figures, it's a little bit misleading because it will show that something like 58% is raised from IGP, but those are actually miscellaneous fees or the type of fees imposed on students, which I don't consider real IGPs. IGPs should be income-generating projects such as those raised by Senator Villar, like if they have idle land and they can produce crops from there, or if they have intellectual properties from which they generate income, so on and so forth. So to respond to the query, there is close to insignificant value in terms of real income-generating projects. If I recall correctly, the school that had the most was the one with the university, the one with the university-based medical center, WIVSU, because they had medical services that were being offered. And then there was another one that had agricultural, I don't know if it was rental or Ilocos. Don Mariano Marcos had income also, but far in, they're very limited numbers. So I think what we resolved in the hearing was that there should be a clear direction or policy that all should have make serious programs to generate their income. And then based on that, CHED should be aware of what the limitations are, because obviously those with more land would have more potential, but there may be others that have very rich IP resources, and help determine what are their potentials. And from there, CHED can assist those that need more help, because Senator Loren also generated the response from one SUC that they couldn't even get assistance from, I think, Department of Trade, an agency under the Department of Trade, to cultivate their silk weaving, if I remember right. So Senator Legarda was very upset about that even within government, we couldn't find the right linkages. So without the figures, I hope that clarifies the issue, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
it
Mr.
does.
President.
It does. Thank you very much, Mr. President. But then again, the sponsor would like to place it on record, his response, before I...
Which is what? The total internally generated income for 2016 is 17 billion 581 million. Okay. And from that, tuition fees are 7.8 billion.
From that.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Anyway, what I want to avoid, Mr. President, is really additional fees that the students would be burdened with. That's why we want to find out more about this and try to find a way to be able to offset it. Perhaps Senator Pia can take over or take charge of that point and how we will be able to do that during her time. In the meantime, I would like to terminate my interpellation.
Yes,
Thank the sponsor
Mr.
for
President, we are in
response.
agreement with the gentleman, and that considering that Senator Pia is the chairman of the Committee on Education, that step will be most welcome. Thank you, Mr.
So
President.
just for the record, the budget of the SUCs under the General Appropriations Bill for 2016, if unchanged, would be 33.9 billion, and this is augmented by the collection of the SUCs in the aggregate amount of 17.5 billion in terms of internally generated income. Taking note, of course, of the statement of Senator Cayetano that, as a matter of policy, we should not consider the miscellaneous fees paid by the students, but only those projects which the SUCs, from where the SUCs could generate income, particularly on the land grants. That's the principle being pushed. But nevertheless, just for the record, 33.9 billion allocation for the SUCs is augmented almost by 50% with the fees collected, or 50% by the fees collected by the schools, which they are allowed to use, to keep and use, just for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If there are no questions, the chair would have a few questions just for clarification. What is the total budget for the SUCs in the National Expenditure Program?
In the NEP, it is 32,870,247.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
32 million,
Billion, you mean?
billion, yes, I'm sorry. 870,247,000.
And in the GAB,
GAB, it is 33 million,
33 billion.
billion, 365 million, 215,000.
All right. Or an increase of 554
Yes, Mr. President.
from the, I'm sorry, what was the increase from the NEP to the GAB?
NEP to GAB. Three six five 495 million, Mr. President.
495 million from NEP to GAB.
Yes, Mr. President.
And from GAB to the Senate version, what
From
the
GAB,
increase?
yes, the increase is by 554 million, Mr. President.
All right. Now, I was looking at this breakdown of the 554. Can we go through it? Which universities and colleges did it go to insofar as our 554 amendment is concerned? Where was it appropriated?
Where is it? And then the rest. Dati to. AMU. Don Mariano Marcos. Okay, just point it out as I read it, no? Assist mo lang ako dito. Okay, Mr. President. 460 million 500,000 went to the University of the Philippines system.
Senator Gingona, the budget of the SUC is separate from the budget of the University of the Philippines.
Oh, yeah. And it's stand corrected. It's in the same sheet. Okay. Philippine Normal University is 100 million.
And this is for?
Philippine...
No, I mean, what is the 100 million additional budget for?
Buildings capital outlay, Mr. President.
Does it, what kind of buildings? School building? Dormitories? What?
Yes, it is for a training center as provided in the PNU Modernization Act, RA 9647.
All right, so what else? What other significant increases in the budget of the various SUCs were approved by the Senate Committee on Education, by the
Don Mariano Marcos State University in Region 1, 2 million.
And what is that for?
Para babasa ko na lang. The item here is textile silk development. Silk development.
Text silk development.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Because we want to spread into the record, you know, the assistance that we are giving to the SUCs per school. This is okay.
Yes, Mr. President.
And okay, so that accounts for 102 million. What else? Which other universities benefited from this increase?
Region 3 na yun. Where is this located?
Eastern Philippines, ano region?
32, University of Southeastern Philippines. University of Southeastern Philippines, 32 million.
For
the
what? For what is 32 million? What is it for?
For the completion of a sports and cultural center multi-purpose gymnasium.
All right. This is upon the request of the school.
Okay. It is upon request, Mr. President.
Of University of Southeastern Philippines.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right.
And then 40 million for the Northwestern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology.
All right.
Okay?
This
This is
is-
for, teka muna. This is for Tangob Culture and Arts, Tangob Culture and Arts Center.
What is a culture and art center? Is this
Walang description. The description ay the description, Mr. President, is it's a multi-purpose building, and then I suppose it's devoted to arts and culture.
is it a museum or something? Or is it a
Is there a representative to Northwest or Western? Mr. President, we request a 1-minute suspension so we can locate the officials of the said university.
yes. 1 minute suspension.
mo na. Next na, wala pa naman yung trailer. So, wala? Wala. Di ba niyo matawagan? Di ba niyo matawagan? No, college. Tawi-tawi college. Just 400 maybe. Tawi-tawi. No, tawi-tawi college. Are you sure? Lawrence.
session is resumed. Yeah, okay. Can we just enumerate the state universities and colleges whose budgets were augmented under the Senate version?
Yes, Mr. President. Caragas State University, Palawan State University, Nueva Vizcaya State University, Central Luzon State University, Mindanao State University, Batangas State University, Southern Luzon State University, Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, Leyte Normal University, University of Southeastern Philippines, Eastern Visayas State University, University of Southern Mindanao, Northwestern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology, Bohol Island State University, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Philippine Normal University, MSU Iligan Institute of Technology, MSU Tawi-Tawi College of Technology and Oceanology. Those are it, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Gingona. The chair has no further question unless anyone in the chamber. Yes, Senator Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to put on record certain observations I have. I've discussed this at length with CHED and with many of the SUC presidents and the representations of the SUCs. But I need to put this on record so our colleagues are also aware of the concern that I have. Mr. President, every year we glue ourselves to the results that come out on the front page and are on the news for a couple of days on world rankings of our educational institutions. And yet, when it comes time to reflect our concerns on the budget, we are never able to fully support the educational budget that is needed to truly increase by in a significant way the performance or the rankings of our universities. And so I put this on record, Mr. President, as a challenge to all of us that until we are able to accept that we do not have universities that are of world-class standards, we will continue to have these problems. So if we, and I know some of my colleagues have mentioned it, when you look at the capital outlay of the SUCs, in 2014, it was 3.9 billion. In 2015, it was 8.7 billion. And now in the NEP, it is 5.72, which is a decrease of 34%. And the answer given to me during the committee hearings is that these were capital projects that have already been completed, or they are also insertions made by legislators that are no longer carried over. But my response to that, Mr. President, is if we look around, we do not see state-of-the-art educational institutions. So why is it that the capital outlay should not continually be made, in fact, increase? I do not understand the logic that the capital outlay would be decreased because one project is finished. In other words, if I ask all of the presidents here to go back to their universities, yes, natapos yung request nila para sa isang auditorium, pero yung science lab hindi pa tapos, yung track oval hindi pa tapos, yung center for their engineers or for their biomechanics or whatnot, never pa naumpisahan. So this is my appeal to my colleagues and the chairperson and the vice chair that before we close the debates, we seriously look at what we intend for education in the Philippines. Because, to put it bluntly, let's not pretend that we are prioritizing education with this kind of budget. And the same goes for the University of the Philippines. I sit on the board, and if you look at the capital outlay, in 2015, it was 4.6. In the NEP, it's 1.44. Through the efforts of the vice chair, with the support of the chair, it went up to 1.8. But it was 4.6 last year, and if I go to UP, I cannot say that this is the best university in Asia, or this is the third, this is the fourth. I've asked my staff to put, anyway, I don't think I have it, but I wanted everyone to see that if you look at our spending in ASEAN, we are number 7, next to Myanmar. Number 8. I was generous. We are number 8. So my dear colleagues, seriously, let us just declare as a body that education is not a priority. At least sasabihin ng taong bayan, hindi natin sila niloloko. Let's tell them that education is one of our lofty goals. Because that's what it is when you look at the budget. And this is my last speech as a senator defending this budget, because I join everybody here. I think these are the state university presidents and college presidents, and that is the frustration that they have. And when we looked at it again, because of the normative budgeting, I have no problem accepting what the priorities are. I have a problem with the budget as a whole, not with the budget that CHED is working with, but with the budget of the entire country. So I asked the vice chair to join me in really trying to overhaul, and our Senate President Pro Tem has told me that he is game to help us look for additional funding, because this is a joke. To add 2 billion will not even bring it back to where it was last year. So anyway, I rest my case, but that is what I appeal to for my colleagues. I have a lot more data, but you can look it up. Your staff can look it up with a touch of a finger nowadays. It's very simple. But I do need to add one more thing. We are in a unique position that we are making a transition from K to 12. This is the perfect time for the college instructors and professors to take advantage of educational opportunities, and there is a 8.2 billion fund, which is part of the transition fund, that they can avail of. This is that golden opportunity. Whether 8 billion is enough, I remember it was first presented to me, it was a 72 billion, tama ba? No? It was a 72 billion long-term plan. I think this has been reduced, sorry? 24, hindi ba 72? Okay, 24 daw. But, so that's where we are, and we need to take advantage of this, because if we don't, then we're back to the grind, and the senior high school graduates will enter college with the same dedicated teachers, but unfortunately without those additional experiences that they could have taken advantage of now. So thank you, Mr. President, and my challenge to my colleagues remains. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Recto.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. Just a few questions with the CHED and with the Vice Chairman with regard to the budget of the state universities and colleges as well. Let me follow up on some of the points made by Senator Pia. First, the budget for 2016 in the committee report is 33.9 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. How much was it last year?
Wait.
29 billion last year, Mr. President.
From the data I have here, last year was 42.
Minus UP, Mr. President. Minus yung
I'm sorry.
UP.
For 2015, the budget for the state universities and colleges, I'm sorry, was 42.3 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, including UP, Mr. President.
Including UP. From what I have here, it is just for the state universities. Without UP.
Sigurado. Including UP, Mr. President.
Is 42 this year for 2015.
2015, yes. 42,279,507.
Oh, okay. And the capital outlay for this year is 8.7 billion.
Capital outlay. No, 5.7. 5.7.
This year,
This year, 2016? 2015. 8.7, correct.
8.7 billion. And for 2016, how much is your capital outlay?
5.7.
So there's a 3 billion reduction in capital outlay.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. At the appropriate time, would the gentleman be amenable if I can source funds to increase the capital outlay for the state universities and colleges?
Most welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I'd love to work with the Vice Chairman on this issue, Mr. President. Now, assuming we were to give back 3 billion to the state universities, and there are roughly 116, so that's about 25 million each. Isn't that so? We could add 25 billion each. 25
Okay,
million
Mr.
each.
President.
Okay. Now, let me continue, Mr. President, and I'll try to be very brief. How many students do we have today in the state universities and colleges? 2015.
1.2, excluding UP. 1.2 million, Mr. President, including UP.
Okay, 1.2. How many are in UP of the 1.2 million?
58,000, Mr. President.
58,000 in UP, so 1.1 million 50 in the SUCs.
More or less,
Okay?
Mr. President.
But insofar as the budget is concerned, 1/4 of the entire subsidy goes to UP. Meaning to say, the entire budget for the UP system and the state universities and colleges is roughly 45 billion. Okay? 33.9 plus 11.7
Yeah.
is roughly 45 billion.
Yes,
Okay?
Mr. President.
Of the 45 billion, 11 billion or 12 billion is UP. I have no problem with that. But if you look at the number of students, 1.2 million, and if UP only has 60,000, that's 5%. of all the
Okay, Mr.
students.
President.
Okay, so these are facts. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Mr. President.
Okay. If we were to divide 45 billion divided by 1.2 million students, how much are we spending per student subsidy? It's just the math anyway, so.
How much?
So that's 27,000.
45, roughly 45,000.
37,000 per
45.
45 billion divided by 1.2 is about 37,500.
You've
Okay?
apparently done the math, Mr. President.
In my head, Mr. President. Now,
I'm
So-
told it's 47.5, Mr. President.
we can do it. It will come out to be 37.5. But anyway, yeah.
Anyway, I see the point, Mr.
Yes,
President.
okay. For next year, how many students will there be? Because you have K to 12, eh? What is the estimate? How many students will we have next year? Do you have the bill?
Will be coming on. Yeah, but give me an answer. 400,000. 400,000, Mr. President.
So we expect only 400,000 students next year.
So kung minus. 1.2 minus 400,000.
Minus 400,000. Okay. So 800,000 na lang next year.
Yes, Mr. President.
Kasama na yung UP dun.
Yes, kasama na.
Ilan naman yung matitira sa UP? Kung 50,000 ngayon, minus one-third din.
Magiging from 60 to 50,000, Mr. President.
Okay, so, and that is because of K to 12. Okay?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Assuming, because I have a bill, Senate Bill 2986, for free public college. Okay? Let's say for next year, kung 800,000 na lang ang estudyante, edi mas mura na yun.
Okay, Mr.
Kaysa sa
President.
1.2 billion. How much is the tuition fee on the average per student?
Give me the range. Yeah, give me an average. The highest will be 12,000.
Tuition fee lang yun, ha? How much is the tuition fee per
Minus UP, 12,000, Mr. President, being the highest.
12,000
Being the highest.
being the highest? Highest na yun. So would you say that the average is only 10,000?
What's the average?
Okay.
They have no average. They have not averaged it out yet.
Oh, for the sake of argument, it's 10,000. The highest is 12.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll accept
If
that,
there
Mr.
are
President.
only 800,000 students, and we were to pay 10,000 each subsidy, libre na ang tuition nila, that is only 8 billion. Libre na ang public college. So marami nagsasabi kasi na imposible daw tayo magbigay ng free public college. But the truth of the matter is, the budget is 3 trillion pesos. And what we are spending for public college in this country, as far as public college is concerned, is only 44 billion or 45. UP and SUC. Okay?
Okay.
Next year, kung 800,000 na lang ang estudyante, at 10,000 each to reduce the cost, o libre na yung tuition fee, miscellaneous fees na lang yung babayaran ng estudyante. If I can source 8 billion, Mr. President, from the budget, can we provide free, would you be amenable to provide free public college? No.
The
No.
the chairman
Libre na.
the chairman of the CHED says they have a strong opinion paper and a strong position against that.
Against free public college? I'll tell you, one of the debates in the U.S. today is to provide free public college already. I mean, in the past, we started with free elementary. Then we moved on to free high school. In the future, and I'm saying you can do it now, we can provide free public college. Kukuha ka pa rin naman ng exam eh. Those who are meritorious na pwede pumasok sa kolehiyo, pwedeng tulungan,
Mr.
Yes.
Finish first, Mr. President.
pwede natin bigyan. Remember, we're only spending for the state universities, 1% of the national budget for state universities. Ang budget next year, 3 trillion. Ang budget ng SUC, 33 billion. 1.1% ang ginagastos natin.
Well, according to CHED, Mr. President, the amount that you stated is just the tuition, but that is not the cost of educating a
I agree.
student.
We were, earlier I asked already, 33 billion plus the 11 billion divided by 1.2 million, 37,000 ang subsidy natin ngayon. That's part of the cost of education.
For each student.
For each student. I'm saying if we increase it to plus 10,000, 47,000 per student na. For next year, 800 na lang.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay? So, kasya na yung free tuition na rin. Hindi pa natin pinag-uusapan yung miscellaneous fees.
Because it's a
Now.
transition budget.
Oh, kayang gawin eh. If you study the budget, you can do it. Let me give you another example, Mr. President. Remember, in my subcommittee, there was a proposal to give Land Bank 20 billion. DBP, another 10 billion. I don't think they need it. Why? The reason being is that their capital adequacy ratio. But their capital adequacy ratio is sufficient. DBP and Land Bank. And they're both government banks to begin with. The biggest deposits in Land Bank and DBP to begin with are government deposits, both local government and the national government. The worst part, that money is being lent out to the private sector and not to MSMEs or to farmers or even to the government itself, but to the private sector. So, dun pa lang eh, you can source out already a portion of that to be given to the SUCs.
Well,
For their training for the next 2 years because of K-12, to build up their dormitories, halimbawa, to provide additional subsidy to our students, tuition fees. So, did I hear you correct, Mr. Chairman, that the CHED is against government adding
Yes.
additional subsidy for students in state universities and colleges?
they don't agree with the numbers, the amount. It costs so much more, according to them, per student. To educate a student, it's around 70,000 pesos.
Oh, ulitin ko nga eh. Oh. We already discussed earlier. Today, you're giving a subsidy. Ulitin ko ha.
Well, Mr. Chairman, before you proceed, I'd like to state that I'm with you here. I'm just stating that that's the position of CHED.
Yes. So that is for the record. They don't want additional subsidies. Okay, another question. Then let's go back to the math of this again. Another question,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
They're
For the
saying
CHED. Okay, how much do we have in scholarships today? We are doing it anyway through scholarships. Can we add additional scholarships? Eh, ganun na rin yun eh.
But anyway, let's answer his question muna. Mr. President, while they're churning the figures, getting the figures,
I suppose that should be top of mind, ha? Magkano ang budget ng CHED sa scholarship? Yes. Okay. Oh, today,
Maybe Senator Recto has an answer to his question.
yes, my staff has the answer,
All right.
Mr.
So can you just put it on the record so
Yes.
that we
For
will
next year, if I'm not mistaken, there's 2 billion in your budget for scholarship. Ay di dagdagan ko ng 6, di libre na lahat. Yes.
How much do we need for the tuition fee for tuition fee?
8 billion.
8 billion. And
From
in
800,000 students plus 10,000 more, that's just 8 billion. And those numbers came from them, yes.
Mr. President, if I may.
Mr. President, can I make a manifestation?
can we just allow the sponsor to answer first, and then we'll recognize?
Yes, Mr. President, if I may. What Ched is saying is that, you have 2 billion, you need 8 billion, so you just add 6. Okay. They are for scholarships, but not for across the board, libre lahat, because their reasoning is that it will benefit the rich students rather than the
okay.
poor students.
I disagree, Mr. President. We are talking here of state universities and colleges. That's what we're talking about here. They're amenable for scholarships, but they don't want us to increase the budget for scholarships for everyone.
No, they are for it. You're for it.
Oh, but
They're
why
for it.
can't we just give it free to everyone? Ulitin ko lang, ha? Okay.
Mr. President, can I make a manifestation?
Please do so.
With the permission of Senator Recto and Senator Gingona, yes. Senator Villares.
There are many bills we have, laws which we have passed which will give scholarship to CHED out of the funds, like the Sugar Industry Development Fund. They'll give 10% of the 2 billion, that's 200 million, to CHED. And then we're passing the ASEF that would give also 10% of the fund to scholarship in the SUC. So there are many more coming. Every time we pass a bill in agriculture, we give scholarship. Okay, so
Thank
we
I agree.
expect some more.
Yes, thank you for that manifestation. You know, if the reasoning is that mabibigyan yung mayayaman, number one, these are public schools, these are public state universities and colleges. Sa totoo lang, yung nakakaapak ng kolehiyo, hindi ganun kahirap yun. Naintindihan? Kaya nga umabot ng kolehiyo eh. Mostly, yung mahihirap hanggang grade 6 lang yan. At kaya nananatiling mahirap yan dahil hindi nakatungtong ng high school yan. Paminsan-minsan, kinakaya ng pamilya, nakakatapos ng high school yan. So sa madaling salita, tiyak yan, mas mayaman ka naman talaga para pumasok ng kolehiyo. But having said that, Mr. President, we began in this country with free elementary. Then we had more resources. We moved on to free high school. Then we have more resources. We're talking about K-12. And I'm saying, based on the numbers today, you can provide free public college, as I've easily pointed out now. Hindi pa kasama dyan. I'm just talking about the tuition, ha? Meron pa rin yan, pamasahe, meron pa rin yan, bibili ng libro, meron pa yan, miscellaneous fees. But I'm flabbergasted and surprised that the CHED will want to have scholarships but not to provide free tuition to 800,000 students in state universities and colleges. I cannot understand that. Again, the budget of the national government is 3 trillion pesos. We are only spending 1% for state universities and colleges, 33 billion. Okay? Why can't we spend a little more? What's wrong with spending, may 2 billion na tayo sa scholarship? Dagdagan ko ng 6 na billion yan. Madali naman i-source yan sa dami ng pondo in different departments. Napakadaling ibigay yung free public college.
I am with you there, Mr. President. So I'm stating my personal opinion.
I know that the Vice Chairman is with me here. We are enriching the records here. We're talking about the budget of CHED, the budget of the state universities, and the budget of the UP system. And I want to put this in the record because I do also have a Senate bill, 2986. Remember, I'm also author of the K-12. But having said that, I didn't think that we needed 2 senior high schools. My proposal was prep and grade 7. There would have been less disruption. But having said all of that, what is on the table now, as far as our deliberations are concerned, is the budget of the state universities and colleges. And there are 116 of them. binawasan yung capital outlay compared to last year. I think the budget has increased tremendously. There is no reason kung bakit dapat bawasan. In fact, tama yung sinabi ni Senator Pia. What is our global ranking today? Napakalayo natin. Even our private schools, even our top private schools, even UP, in so far as global ranking is concerned, we are losing our edge when we used to be one of the best in Asia, one of the best in the world. Why? Because we're spending what? 1% for state universities and colleges. Napakaliit. Now, I gave you already a flavor of where to source the money. May pondo sa Land Bank, DBP, budgetary support, and there are many others. There are many others. In our subcommittee, we also got the Risk Management Fund, which is 30 billion, which is not needed.
The solution, the sources are clear, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Okay, now, let's go back to the numbers. Again, para nagkakaintindihan tayo. And for the CHED to be able to understand the logic of our proposal. There is 45 billion for UP and SUC.
Yes, Mr. President.
30% is for UP, 70% is for the SUCs. Today there are 1.2 million students, college students, from first year to fourth year. Okay? 50,000 or 60,000 is in UP. 5% of the students. But correspondingly, they're getting 30% of the budget. I'm not against that. Naintindihan ko. Medyo yung numero lang nakakagulat. Baka pwede naman humabol yung SUC sa UP din.
Yes, Mr. President. But I agree with that, but I'd like to point out that kasama po yung PGH doon.
No, I agree. In fact, we discussed the DOH budget the other night. And there is a plan we can adopt a plan to modernize all our public hospitals. As we pointed out also yesterday.
Yes, Mr. President.
And I think we should do the same for education. Now, next year, because of K-12, 800,000 na lang ang estudyante. In fact, the next year after that, roughly 800,000 din yung estudyante. Kasi 2 years
Okay, Mr. President.
Mababawasan pa nga pala, then may mag-graduate. So let me get to that. The second year of implementation of K-12, kung ngayon 1.2 million, next year 800, what is the following year? What is your estimate? How many students? It will be less than 800,000. Kasi 2 years nang wala. 50%. Roughly, mga 600,000 na lang. Yes. Roughly, the next year, 600,000 na lang yung estudyante.
600,000?
4 years, let's say that's 3, 6, 9, 12. 300,000 per. First year nabawasan. Second year nabawasan. Diba?
They are in agreement, Mr. President.
Okay. So, pababa ng pababa yan. On the third year, what's going to happen? You're not going to get the same number of high school graduates entering first-year college. Why is that? Ang iba dyan, pupunta na yan ng technical tech voc. That's what K-12 is all about. Hindi na pupunta ng kolehiyo yan. Pupunta na yan ng technical vocational. Magkakatrabaho na yan. That is what K-12 is all about. Mababawasan na yan. So kung dati 300,000 ang mag-e-enroll, baka kalahati na lang yan.
Yes, Mr. President.
So far I've been correct, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. And you're telling me we cannot afford free public college? For the next 4 years, the effect? Now is the time to start. Now is the time to do it.
We are in agreement, Mr. President.
Yes. So, again, let me continue. Kung 45,000 yan at 1.2, 37,500. yung cost per student. Okay? Kung next year 800,000 na lang, the number will change. Di ba? So, if the number given is to educate a student is 70, at yung 37 ay added 1047, siguro yun yung mga miscellaneous fees. Is that correct? The totality. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah. Can we have the question again, Mr. President?
Okay. The chairman mentioned 70,000 is the total cost to educate the student.
Yes, that's the, according to CHED, that's
According to CHED.
the amount needed to educate a
Okay.
student.
Today, there's 37,000 na. I add 10 more, 47. May out-of-pocket pa rin siya ng 23, ah.
Yes, Mr.
Pero
President.
libre na yung tuition. Okay? Kung kaya pa natin dagdagan ng isa pang GIS, di 57 na, 13,000 na lang yung out-of-pocket niya. 1,000, isang buwan na lang yon.
Okay, Mr. President.
Can I get on record? Tutol pa rin ba ang chairman sa sinasabi ko? There's another mathematician here, and
Okay.
she has a business model.
Teka muna, Mr. Chairman.
So pwede pag-usapan at the para mabilis na tayo. We can move
Yes,
on to
Mr.
the other
Chairman,
departments.
if I may speak.
Yes, please. Please do so.
According to the CHED chairman, they will welcome any additional funding that they can get.
Okay, maraming salamat.
No,
I
but
will have
wait.
to- Yes.
The additional funding should be for the specific purpose of the tuition fee
Correct.
being proposed, not
Yes, yes,
funding
yes.
for any kind of an activity, because I can see here that all kinds of activities are being funded by additional budgets proposed by the committee.
Yes, Mr. President, it was in the context of the subject of free free college education,
And
as proposed by Senator Reyes.
Maybe we can recast the additions, the
Yes.
500 million that were added to the SUC budget, and recast it according to this
This plan.
proposal, this
Yes.
plan.
and let it, and you know, if we're able to do this, Mr. President, I think this is something that the 16th Congress can be very proud of. That during our watch, we started to have free public college education.
Yeah, rather than Mr. Senator Gingona, rather than putting 200 million for an oceanographic training vessel in Tawi-Tawi, maybe we can put it as part of the tuition fee subsidy of students. In other words, if the chair will agree, we can recast the 554.3 million that was proposed to support the proposition of Senator
Yes.
Recto.
Yes, Mr. President. We are, as I said, no, even at the start, I was in agreement with the proponent. I was just echoing the strong position of the CHED on the matter. The position of CHED on the matter.
Well, except that we are the policy-making body, and while we have inputs from the executive branch, at the end of the day, we will decide what is best.
Most definitely, Mr. President.
So at the appropriate time, and I'm sure we can discuss this in a caucus with our colleagues, how to implement this proposal. But clearly, there are sufficient funds in the budget for this purpose. So thank you to the Senate President. I thank the Vice Chairman for being very much amenable to my inspiration for the students, college students, Senator Pia Cayetano. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Mr. President, you mentioned, Mr. President, you mentioned the training vessel for the Tawi-Tawi State University. They're the only university authorized by law to have an oceanographic course. And that's why they're asking for a vessel because, yun nga, I mean, if you have oceanography as a course, then you should teach it on water, not on land.
Noted.
Mr. President, I'd
But
also
in
like
our
to...
system of,
Yeah.
in our priorities, maybe we can take a second look at that. Money is not flowing out of our ears, and we're just saying that maybe we look for funding to, if we are, to the proposal of Senator Rector, and one of those that we can take a second look at is the proposed 200 million allocation for a vessel in Tawi-Tawi.
Yes, definitely, Mr. President. Everything deserves a second look.
Yes, Senator Escudero wishes to take the floor. Yes, you're recommended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for a couple of interventions, will the gentleman yield to a few questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I was watching intently from upstairs when Senator Pia was delivering her so-called last privilege speech and listening intently as well to Senator Recto's interventions. Pakipaliwanag naman ho sa akin at paintindi sa akin, kahit sinong ahensya ng gobyerno ang lumapit sa atin dito sa Senado at inaalok ng senador ng mas mataas na pondo, niyayakap ho yun ng ahensya. Tumatalon sa kaligayahan at katuwaan sa mas mataas na pondong binibigay sa kanila. Pero bakit kakaiba ang CHED? Bakit parang pag pinapanukala, dagdagan ng 3 bilyon ng UP? CHED yung may ayaw. Bayaran na natin yung tuition fee ng lahat na nag-aaral sa state colleges and university. I saw the chairperson say it's unfair. Hindi ba dapat ang saguton? Yes, thank you. I don't understand that, Mr. President, Your Honor. Even if you give the funds, therefore, what if they're not convinced? What if they won't implement it at the end of the day? Can you kindly make this representation understand what their hindrances are, what their reservations are, if any, to this additional funding that both Senator Recto and Senator Cayetano are proposing to be given to CHED? As well as, no, but it's the CHED that's saying, I'm sure if you ask the Suks here that we will give them additional funding, they will say yes. But where is this idea coming from, Mr. President, Your Honor? I don't quite get it. Gusto ko suspend.
Okay, Mr. President, I am told by CHED. By the way, Mr. President, I'm one with everyone here on this proposal, but you asked me what the position of CHED and the reasons why CHED is against it. First of all, they are worried that in the long term, that they will run out of money, we will run out of money, meaning the Philippine government may not be able to fund it in the long term. Second, Second reason they gave is that most of the students in SUCs are
rich. Are what?
Okay, ganito, Mr. President. They want to make a clarification. Of all of the students in the SUC, there are more. Basically, yung percentage ng poor, maliit lang daw.
Mayaman nga, karamihan. I'm saying the exact opposite of what you're saying, Mr. President, Your Honor. What the CHED is saying is majority of those enrolled in SUCs are rich and not poor. That's what CHED is saying?
Can we have order, please? Order.
It's a decile, Mr. President, and what they're saying is that of the 1 to 10, the most of the 10th decile, the most number of students are the affluent ones.
Mr. President, if I may respond at least for the record. Number one, kulangin man kami ng pera, hindi man namin mabigayan after 10 years or 5 years. Honestly, that's our problem and that's our lookout. That's not the lookout of the recipient agency. Number two, Mr. President, Your Honor, rich or poor, we are educating our people. Trabaho siguro ng CHED, gawing socialized yun. Siguraduhin yung access ng mas mahihirap nating mga kababayan sa mga SUCs. Pero kung binibigay na nga ng Kongreso, may pera eh. Mayaman man o mahirap ang magbenepisyo, Pilipino pa rin yun, na anong masama naman na bigyan natin sila ng gantong serbisyo, may pera din lang. You're talking of 44 billion for the current budget of SUCs. That's only 15% of the savings of government last year. That's not even 5% of total government savings since 2011. This is money that government did not spend. Money that government simply kept. Money that's in our banks, not being spent or used by anyone. So, ba't naman ho namin ipagdadamot o dapat ipagdamot yon simply because yun nagkataong mas medyo may kaya ng konti ang makikinabang? Then help us out, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. Help us out in making access to these state universities and colleges more democratic, more accessible to those who are in need, so that they can benefit from this scholarship. But not to tell us that we shouldn't do it simply because right now, as it is, as the picture stands, there are more people who are not so poor than poor in state universities and colleges. I yield the floor temporarily to Senator Pia, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have a paper that CHED handed to me. I haven't gone through the whole thing, but I would like to emphasize one of the concerns that they raised, which I believe is a valid concern. Not that they should not accept that this additional budget for scholarships, but for us to be aware of. The poorest of the poor, who will be the beneficiaries, obviously, of this program, will need more help. Most of their problems revolve around living allowances, housing. So it is a valid concern. Again, but it's lost in the transmission of our passionate debate, no, that there are underlying issues that we need to address, because baka daw hindi rin makapasok. A lot of them live in islands, in mountains with no access. So tama naman, no, we should address that. We should figure it out. And then, just as a technicality, the request is to put it in UNIFAS. I don't think that's a major problem either. It's a bill that is now a law that we all worked on, and so on and so forth. So I think we can all agree that it is a great principle, but we might have to spend more than a 1-minute recess to work out the nuances.
But Senator Pia, if I may, Mr. President, then the answer should have been
Yeah, yeah.
yes, but in addition to this, we need this
Yes,
much more.
yes.
The answer
Hindi-
should
hindi
not
yata-
be.
If I may just, hindi sila sanay na binibigyan sila ng pera. I think all the SUCs here will agree with that. Hindi sila sanay, hindi sila marunong umoo.
No, then tell us what more you need, because right now you have a 2 billion scholarship. Then spend that for that purpose, pang allowance, pang pamasahe, because right now they're not getting any and they're still going to school.
Okay.
Right now they're not receiving any help, but they're still attending classes. On scholarship, Mr. President, Your Honor, SHED has been touting this 2 billion scholarship. Can I ask for one regarding the scholarship program? Question po. Pag may beneficiary ng scholarship at bumagsak, hindi pumapasa, hindi na nagpatuloy ng pag-aral, tatanggalin po siya sa scholarship? Yung scholarship po na binibigay ninyo? Hindi po pumapasa.
What's the answer? Yeah, pag bumagsak, so tatanggalin. Yes, Mr. President.
Tatanggalin. Pag tinanggal niyo po ba sa... balikan ko muna. Ito bang scholarship babayaran ng estudyante? Study now, pay later ba po ito?
Yeah. No.
Ito bang scholarship babayaran sa dyan?
Does SHED have a study now, pay later program?
No, this is student.
Yes, it has, Mr. President.
So, itong scholarship na binibigay niyong 2 billion, anong bahagi nito o lahat ba po ito? Babayaran o bigay na to?
Bigay na po.
Bigay? Ano po yung binabanggit niyong kailangan bayaran?
Loans, student loans.
Again po?
Loans.
Student loans. So yung student loans, pag bumagsak, tatanggalin. Sa scholarship? Tama po.
Hindi.
I think you have guidelines for that. Yes.
Is that what I'm going to answer?
Again? Hindi po ba may mga scholarships kayo na magtatrabaho yata yung estudyante sa gobyerno o hindi siya pwedeng umalis ng bansa nang wala kayong permiso? Which kind of a scholarship is that?
The answer is, if it's a loan, they can continue despite failure.
If it's a loan, kahit bagsak-bagsak, tuloy pa rin.
Yes.
Merong help from the audience ako dito. Iba pa ho ba yung DOST scholarships being offered? Hindi under CHED yun?
Iba. Iba po.
So you have different policies with the DOST?
Yes, they have different policies.
Itong student loan po na ito, kapag ka hindi nabayaran, ano hong penalty kung meron man? May travel ban ho ba yung estudyante? O wala po?
Walang travel ban, Mr. President.
Then I thank CHED in that case because I think I'm referring then to the DOST scholarship wherein they prevent the student from traveling. Pag bumagsak, hindi kailangan bayaran. Pero pag natanggap ka sa ibang eskwelahan, kailangan mong bayaran bigla at hindi ka papayagan umalis. That is not the case with CHED. Just to clarify, ma'am.
It's not the case in CHED, Mr. President.
Before I finish and wind up, Mr. President, Your Honor, the good sponsor has stated he is one with us, with all the members of the Senate perhaps, in asking for this. And there are enough sources of funds in order to provide for this, not only for this year, but also for next year, also for the succeeding years.
Yes, Mr. President, as insightfully pointed out by Senator Recto.
because the enrollment will not only come down, and even if they maintain at this figure, at this number, even at 1 million, 1.2 million, that's 12 billion pesos.
Yes, Mr. President.
Again, 12 billion pesos is only approximately 3%, no, 4% of underspending last year. The 3 billion that UP is looking for is only 1% of underspending last year. So, with the help of our LBRMO, they can perhaps identify the aspects of underspending from the various departments of government and source the monies from them. Because most likely, if they have been committing underspending for the past 4 years, 5 years, most likely they will continue to do so again next year because they're still the ones there. So we can source the money from them and from that particular department or agency.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to thank the Chad family and the Sok family as well. Magandang hapon po.
Mr. President, Senator Soto wishes to ask some questions. I think he's in the lounge. Can we suspend for a minute now?
1 minute suspension. Session is resumed. The chair recognizes Senator Soto.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief in as much as some of the concerns that or the issues I'd like to raise have been raised by Senator Recto and Senator Pia Cayetano. So let me just go into some nitty-gritty details of your budget at the CHED. Earlier, I told the acting majority leader about it. I think he mentioned it to Ched already, but let me place it on record. I was wondering, under your MOE, there is 4.6 billion under donations. May we know the breakdown of this item and who and what do you donate to? 4.6 billion. Who are the beneficiaries of these donations, Mr. President?
The word donation, apparently, Mr. President, is an account code of the account name, if you may, of the DBM for financial assistance programs for students, faculty development, and assistance to higher education institutions. So I understand, even me, if you look at it, it says donation. So I was thinking it's donation, but it is a nomenclature for financial assistance.
Is that a good precedent?
I beg your pardon, Mr. President?
Is that a good precedent? You are calling something else something else. Those are not donations. So why will we call them donations? And why will we put them under MOE?
Well, Mr. President, I'm amenable to calling it, if you want to call a spade, that is what...
We should. I think we
Yes,
should
yes.
break it down. Place the expense breakdown of 4.6 billion. That's quite a big sum. In relation to the budget of CHED, you know.
Yes,
All right?
Mr. President.
So I think we should spell it out. So,
Yes, Mr. President.
So CHED says it's for
where is it? Okay. For financial assistance program to students,
financial assistance,
faculty development,
faculty
and
development,
assistance to higher education institutions.
All right. And you think it should also be on MOE?
And I think
It should be under MOE?
it's not PS, it's not capital outlay, so most probably it should be going to
All right.
MOE.
Thank you. Now, one more item. Your budget for rent and lease expenses has almost tripled from 5.7 million to 14 million. Well, I just want to know the reason for this. Are you leasing additional space or something? Na-triple yung ano nyo rent and lease expenses.
Yeah, but what's it for? What's it for?
This league.
So why is it increased? Why the legal education board is part?
Why was it started late this year? Legal Education Board. Where's the 5 million? Okay. It's a Legal Education Board. It's a board on the, it's an office of the chair. Of chair.
Sabi nila.
But who does it report to? Chair. Okay, Mr. President.
So they didn't see.
The riddle has been solved. The Legal Education Board is an entity attached to CHED. But they only started leasing last year, half the year. That's why the amount is minimal in 2015. Or not minimal, it's 5 million, and now this year it's for the whole year.
I
It's
see.
13 million.
Okay. So it becomes 14 because of this time it's for the whole year.
Yes, Mr.
All right.
Chairman.
All right, so now I understand. Okay. Just one final point. This was taken up already. CHED funds 70 research and extension programs based on the data stated in the General Appropriations Bill. No? About 25 out of the 70 have either produced patents or IPs, engendered business incubators, or created partnerships with local business community-based organizations or LGUs. No, that's how it's placed there. In which item of your budget is this, the research and extension programs incorporated?
It's part of the MOOE.
Doon din sa MOE. All right. So there is no need for additional funding for this program. Huh? It's already there. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I am.
Thank you,
I'm
Senator Soto. Senator Aquino is recognized.
Yes, a quick question, Mr. President. For the University of the Philippines, are the college courses,
Excuse me, Senator Baum, the budget of the University of the Philippines is not yet on the floor.
yes, Mr. President, maybe for CHED initially.
For CHED, okay.
The scholarships, Mr. President, that are given out, these are determined based on different subject courses, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Priority courses, Mr. President.
And these priorities are, how are they determined, Mr. President?
The process, you said there's a committee. That comes up with recommendations. There is an interagency committee that comes up with recommendations.
And Mr. President, that determines which courses are subjected to scholarships.
Yes, Mr. President.
And this is determined by the interagency based on maybe their requirements or the goals for the year?
There are several factors according to them. One of them with the Philippine Development Plan. Science and technology is a priority.
So, Mr. President, for example, for this year, what would be a course that would be in the scholarship list, and what would be a course that wouldn't be in the possible scholarship list?
Science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics, STEAM.
And what would be examples of courses not in the priority list and therefore without any scholarships?
Nursing and other oversubscribed courses.
All right. And is the process of determining these courses, is this subject to, is this made publicly, for example, or the interagency group just decides on it?
There's a set of guidelines is published.
And these are published every year, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
And we can find this in the CHED website?
Yes, Mr.
All right.
President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Aquino. Yes, the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there are no
Acting
other
Judge.
members who wish to interpolate
Mr.
on
President.
Yeah,
Yes, Mr. President. With the proposal of Senator Recto, I am one with the proposal. However, I feel that this should be taken up also in a full-blown committee hearing of the Committee on Education, since there are a lot of issues and a lot of people would like to speak on the matter. But however, that being said, we will support the proposal of Senator Recto.
Also, this is a budget is a law that ends at the end of 1 year. So if we just included in the budget without an enabling act, then the following year it would depend on whoever is the president whether or not the policy of a free tuition fee will continue. When we had the free high school, it was a free high school act, which I think was authored by the father of Senator Sani Angara, which resulted in the free high school. In the same manner, the primary education also was a matter of substantive law. The difficulty of just adding the budget, the proposal, which we all support, which this chair supports, is that the following year, since the budget has expired, then you have to appropriate again the sums of money. And if the next Congress will no longer agree to the same policy, then you will have the problem of where to source the additional budget for the free tertiary education. As we repeat, we are in favor of this. There are funds available, but as a matter of so that will be a policy adopted by the government, binding on both the executive and the legislature, it is best that a substantive law be passed, providing for a free tertiary education in state universities and colleges, so that whoever is the president, whoever is in the Senate in the future, will be bound by this policy, and the budget will provide for such funds necessary to implement this policy. Having said that, I would strongly suggest that this be immediately taken up by the Committee on Education in the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one point I'd just like to clarify. We understand that every year we always, when we do discuss the budget of the SUCs, the proposed budget of an SUC may not always be granted by the DPM, but it's also frustrating on their part that only half, more often than not, only half or not even of the proposed budget is granted. Just like to ask Mr. Chairman, if you can ask the chairperson, what are the criteria or the reasons on how the approved budget is given? Usually it's only half or even less than half. Because of this, Mr. President, it seems that the perception already is that we are not really giving priority. I share the sentiments and the frustration of Senator Cayetano that we are not really giving priority to tertiary education.
So the more the better performance. For the MOOE, there is this formula that they're following based on performance indicators. So depending on the performance of the SUC, then that's the that's how they judge as to how much they release.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, just one more point, because I observed that the capital outlay is usually the one that is not. Sometimes it's zero, no, and sometimes it's always reduced, no, and just what again Senator Cayetano said, education. Like for example, if you one project is completed, it's never ending. As you see, especially tertiary education, one of the biggest factor why we can excel is we have to invest in research, and I think this is one area, Mr. President, that we have to consider also, no, that we have to give so that we can keep abreast with the rest of the world and even Asia. That we put some budget on research and development. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Isidro. Yes, Senator Angara.
Mr. President, there are no other members who wish to interpolate on the budget of the SUCs and the CHED, so I move that we submit it to the body for consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved. The chair declares I'm sorry. What is the next item? Which budget are we now going to consider? A 1-minute suspension. Huh? Hindi ba UP pa? Huh? SUC, hindi ba magkaiba? SUC budget, di ba? Ha?
UP daw.
UP.
Manong, you want to ask the budget?
You know what? I'll just make a statement.
Okay, sige. Sige. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Gingona, Vice Chair of the Committee on Finance, to sponsor the budget of the University of the Philippines. I so move.
Senator, the deliberations on the budget of the University of the Philippines is in order. Senator Gingona is recognized to present the budget to the chamber.
Mr. President, Senator Cayetano wishes to make a few statements.
I'm sorry?
Senator Cayetano wishes to avail of the time for interpellation.
But before that, can the chair ask the sponsor to spread into the record the budget of the University of the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. The budget for the University of the Philippines system is 11,675,922.
Okay. Now the chair recognizes Senator Pia Cayetano.
Mr. President, I'd just like to put on record that the concerns that I raised on the budget that we spend for education applies also specifically to UP. It being our national university, I also lament the fact that we have not, as a body, been able to support UP in the way it deserves to be supported. So the discussions that we had earlier, I would request that it also be reflected that those are the same concerns I have in terms of capital outlay, in terms of budget for the scholarships of the teachers, and including support for the non-teaching staff. So all of these things are important factors that need to be, no, these are important areas that need to be funded if we really intend for our national university to shine. And just to put on record, simply because it is my personal advocacy, you go to UP and it is our national university, but the sports facilities is something you want to hide. And that is something that is common with many other facilities in the University of the Philippines, even in the campuses all over the country. So I believe that everybody who wants our education system to improve should also throw their support behind the University of the Philippines, because until there is a different national university, this is the only national university that we have, the only national university we can be proud of. And so again, it is a call to my colleagues to seriously look into the budget as a whole with a view towards increasing the UP budget. And I know with discussions I've had with the President and his team, there are areas that they are ready to implement if the funding is made available within this Congress. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Is there any other?
No other members, Mr. President. I move that we submit the budget of the University of the Philippines for consideration of the body.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budget of the University of the Philippines system is hereby submitted to the plenary for appropriate consideration.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension.
Tapos na tayo, GH. Salamat daw.
Tawagin mo yan. Wait, pero technical.
the list of the
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Vice Chair Senator Bam Aquino to sponsor the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and its attached agencies, as well as the budgetary support to government corporations, the CITEM, the Center for International Trade Expositions and Missions, and the PEZA, or the Philippine Economic Zone Authority.
Okay. The budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and the budgetary support to government corporations attached to the Department of Trade and Industry are in order. We recognize Senator Bam Aquino to present the budget.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. For the record, the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry with attached agencies and budgetary support to government corporations attached to it is 6,993,870,976 pesos and 92 centavos, Mr. President.
All right.
Mr. President, to interpolate, we have the Minority Leader, Senator Enrile.
Senator Enrile is recognized on the period of interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not really going to interpolate on the budget. I just want some information. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Secretary, may I know, can you give us a bird's eye view of this supposed integration of the economies or markets of the members of ASEAN?
Mr. President, the Secretary has briefed me earlier, and what we had discussed is that since 2010, we had slowly been integrating already with the different economies in our region.
Yeah.
There will be a few industries which will have difficulty with the ASEAN integration, and there will also be some industries which will benefit. Some industries which might have difficulty with the ASEAN integration, for example, is our sugar industry. And even though there's still a tariff, connected to it, we will have some difficulty being competitive because of the price of sugar in other countries.
Well, what I want to know is the nature of the integration. Will it be just like EU or what? No integration of currency, huh?
No, Mr. President, no integration of currency.
Is there a will the integration mean that there will be no more customs restrictions in the flow of goods?
None, Mr. President. Mr. President, there will be no more duties or taxes, but there will still be some non-tariff barriers across the different economies.
By and large, there will be no protection of local industries. Our market is open to the goods and services of the other members of ASEAN in the same way that our goods are free to be marketed in their markets.
Mr. President, by and large, for products, it will be free trade across the different ASEAN economies.
What do we get out of that? Is that advantageous to us? Is that disadvantageous? Is that what is the benefit that we're going to get out of it? Can we compete with the efficiency of production
Mr. President, as
of the other ASEAN countries like Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, even Indonesia?
Mr. President, there will be industries where we will, where it will be advantageous to us. For example, the electronics industry, as we are a major player in the intermediary products with regard to electronics. But there will be some industries which will have difficulty. And what the government and DTI, as well as other government agencies, have been doing is trying to support the industries or sectors which will have difficulty by improving them so they can be more competitive. For example, in the agriculture industry, there are certain industries there like sugar and even rice for that matter, which need to have improved programs so they can be more competitive.
No, I understand that, but what else will be benefited? You mentioned electronics. What else? We are not only, our economy is not based on electronics alone.
We have, Mr. President, the
I'm
secretaries.
thinking of the people who, the employees that will be affected, not the owners of these manufacturing enterprises or businesses can survive. They have enough wherewithals to enjoy themselves, but the people who are working in these factories, in these industries that will be affected, what is your calculation of the number of employees that will be affected?
Mr. President, the secretaries informed me that every year we increase our employment about 1 million jobs every year. And since we've been integrating already for the past few years, overall, the number of jobs have increased in the past couple of years because of this integration. However, I'm sure that certain industries, because of competition, will cut down and certain industries will also improve, no?
How many industries in the country today, in your opinion, will be affected? And what will be the number of employees involved?
Mr. President, if I remember in previous hearings in the past, a few agricultural industries were mentioned, like sugar and rice. There were industries like the garments, of course, in the past has practically whittled down because of free trade. So, Mr. President, we can identify those industries for you, but we're just trying to get a number of jobs.
Not for me. I'm asking it for the people. Let the people know. So
yes,
that
Mr. President.
We are going to vote in this coming election, and this will become an issue.
Mr. President, our friends are still looking for an exact number. We can get back to this, Mr. President, if you have other questions.
I'm not against integration,
Yes, Mr.
but
President.
I just want to know whether this is in general for the benefit of the country or not, and what sectors of the economy will suffer and what sectors will be benefited.
Yes, Mr. President, they have that information because we took that up in our first hearing on the asset integration. If they can probably just be given a few seconds to peruse. No? We ask for a suspension, Mr. President.
One suspension. Tito, anong nangyari sa bus?
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, some apologies for the delay. But we looked at the different industries, Mr. President. No? In terms of our manufacturing, we're actually increasing at 8%. So manufacturing is not currently affected by the integration. Our service sector is increasing by 15%, and that also shows that it's not currently as affected as one would think. We've pinpointed two sectors, Mr. President, which are both agricultural in nature, and we've mentioned them earlier, which is sugar and rice, because these are two sectors where our products are clearly more expensive than our competitors in the area.
Correct, but
For
yeah,
yes, Mr.
go
President.
ahead.
For sugar, Mr. President, we don't have a downturn yet in terms of jobs because we're still producing the same amount of tonnage per year. However, we also have no growth in the area, and we could be actually getting cheaper sugar from abroad if we let go of our current tariff on sugar, which is at 5%. And for rice, Mr. President, our current tariff is at 35%, which again points to the possibility of getting cheaper rice if we had imported more, but then this would mean a negative effect towards our current farmers.
So my next question would be, let's take sugar. How many employees or people who earn their wages from the sugar industry will be affected? And how many in the farming sector for rice? Corn, how about corn?
Corn.
Will it be affected?
Well, Mr. President, no, our friends from DTI are at a loss to give you the figures on
Yes.
agricultural products, but if I may share from previous hearings on agriculture, currently, Mr. President, we still have enough mechanisms to actually stave off any of these negative effects on sugar and rice. In fact, Mr. President, we still have tariffs on sugar and rice. But the growing concern is really that with the ASEAN integration, we're not able to provide the best priced rice and sugar for our people because of these concerns on the welfare of the farmers. And it's a continuing concern, Mr. President, balancing the concern of our agricultural sector.
I understand that, Mr. Chair, and but however, you see, I come from farming sectors
That's
of
true.
the country,
Yes, Mr.
and most of our people are producers of rice. That's why I'm concerned. But the livelihood of people in my province is rice and corn,
Yes, Mr. President.
and then and all of the biggest group of voters in this country are farmers.
11 million farmers,
Yes.
Mr. President.
And these are the people who will suffer.
Well, Mr. President,
Now, we are going to, sure, we have high employment because of BPO, partly. No? What else did we grow in the economy to employ more people?
our
What sector outside of this
BPO.
BPO?
Mr.
service?
President, our manufacturing has increased by 8%. Our services sector,
In what kind of products? In what sector? Where do we have this manufacturing enclaves?
from the DTI, Mr. President, in shipbuilding, in the chemical industry, in the electronics industry, Mr. President,
Shipbuilding, that's in Bataan. Di ba?
in Cebu,
Cebu. Oh,
and Subic, Mr. President.
if something goes wrong in Korea that shipbuilding in Bataan will shut down. So
Mr. President, if I may, this has been subject of a lot of hearings. In fact, the first hearing I ever had as a senator was regarding this particular topic. And one assurance that the departments gave was that this integration wouldn't happen in a blink of an eye or overnight. No? It happens over years. And the safeguards needed to ensure that our countrymen's jobs are secured and that their livelihood is secured is being done. That's why, Mr. President, even with the integration happening over the past 5 years, the number of jobs lost actually is not is not really that much, no, according to our colleagues from DTI. So, Mr. President, I think what we can impress upon the agencies is that as we're embarking on this integration, to ensure that no one is left behind and that all of these industries, if they're sunset industries, that they be managed properly in terms of shifting the products to other related products or even retraining our countrymen so that they can go into other industries.
When did we start this integration, and what is the time frame to make it full integration?
For trade and goods, Mr. President, January 2010.
2010.
And in January of 2010 until now, 99%, over 99% of products are already at tariff-free status.
Mm.
So which means, Mr. President, the majority of products have already been integrated and completed. No? It's just that less than 1% left, which are sectors that we're worried about because they will have an effect on our jobs, and these are primarily agricultural sectors, Mr. President.
Food, mostly food.
Mostly food, Mr. President.
Yes, all the shelves of the retailers of food in the country are full of brands that are foreign brands. Thailand, Indonesia, Korean.
Yes, Mr. President. I think it's safe to say you can go into any grocery and see these brands from other
But
countries.
is the reverse correct? Are we selling to these markets, to Malaysia, for instance, to Indonesia, to Korea?
We are, Mr. President.
Maybe OEC. OEC is all over the place.
Mr. President, I received word that we are actually sending our products abroad, and in fact, we are quite competitive in those countries.
Well, anyway, I'm just raising this to call the attention of government to be cautious, because once we are locked in, is there a way to get out if it becomes disadvantageous to us?
Mr. President, I have assurance from the Secretary that we are actually quite cautious. We are cautious already regarding each industry that's opened up to the zero tariff status. And in fact, there's an interagency that they handle, Mr. President, where each agency gives concurrence on whether it's time to actually open up that particular sector or not.
You see, we are a big market now. We are 100 million people. And we have a lifestyle like the Americans. We are consumers. What is the market of Malaysia? What's the market of Cambodia? What's the market of Singapore? Thailand? It's also a fairly big market. Indonesia, much bigger.
Yes.
So I'm just concerned that we will be flooded with goods here, and it will dislodge our own products, and maybe the capitalists can take care of themselves, as I said earlier, but the poor workers will be the one that will suffer, and these are the most vulnerable people of our society.
Yes, Mr. President. That concern is not only well noted, but I think that's been the primary concern of the agency so far. No, most of the products are already integrated. So, in that sense, Mr. President, any shock that we would have felt it already by now because it's been years. No, right now, the last aspect of the integration with regard to products is really just those agricultural sectors that we had mentioned earlier. And double and triple care are given, Mr. President, to ensure that our farmers, who, as you know, are some of the most marginalized in the Philippines, are not suddenly shocked by the turn of events where they're out of jobs. No, I think, Mr. President, that's been paramount in the marching orders of the DTI and the interagency handling the integration to ensure that that doesn't happen. But if you ask me, Mr. President, the integration will be good for some, will not be good for others, but those where we already know that it will be difficult for them to continue, we need to have the right programs to help them either transition out of that industry or support them to be more competitive. And that, Mr. President, is a challenge I think that we're all currently trying to face still.
Now, if the challenge is against us, I'll repeat the question that I made earlier. Are we locked in or do we have an exit system?
Mr. President, I think we're locked in when we...
We are locked in.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there are no other senators who wish to interpolate on the budget of the DTI, its attached agencies, and the budgetary support to government corporations. I thus move that we submit for consideration the budgets of the aforementioned agencies.
Any objection? Hearing none. Granted. Session suspended. Sino may SBMA pa?
Do you have a study of which countries will do well in agriculture?
Hindi ko alam. Pero ang problema lang naman natin is really how to keep up with the quality. Training people, the quality, better packaging, being able to produce product for product. Pero agriculture, syempre, hindi ito.
Is there any literature like may studies pa kayo? Pag meron lang, padala niyo ako.
Padala ko. Salamat po. Thank you.
Ito ba yung ano? $52 at saka 38. Okay na.
Defend this. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Maganda tong gabi.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize one of the Finance Committee Vice Chair, Senator Cynthia Villar, to sponsor the budget of the Department of Agriculture and its attached agencies, as well as the budgetary support to government corporations, namely the National Dairy Authority, Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, Philippine Rice Research Institute, and the Sugar Regulatory Administration. I so move, Mr. President.
What about the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority?
It's under the office of the
Agriculture.
another.
Well, it's included,
I-
Mr. President. We'll include the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, the National Food Authority, the National Irrigation Administration, and the Philippine Coconut Authority as well, Mr. President.
Yes, because these are all related to the...
All related to agriculture and all under the
Yes.
auspices of the Vice Chair.
So, the consideration of the budget of the Department of Agriculture and the agencies, attached agencies, and the budgetary support to government corporations under the DA, including the National Dairy Authority, Philippine Crop Insurance, Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, Rice Research Institute, Sugar Regulatory Administration, Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, NFA, National Food Authority, the National Irrigation Authority, the Philippine Coconut Authority, is in order. The Chair recognizes Senator Cynthia Villar to present the budget of these agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. We want to now to present the budget of the Department of Agriculture and its attached agency in the amount of 52,564,880,000.
Is
And-
that budget only for the
Department of Agriculture.
What about the
The budget of the Office of the Presidential Assistant for Food Security and Agricultural Modernization is
38,367,010,000. For the record, Senator Villar, the presidential the presidential office you mentioned would include which agencies which used to be under the Department of Agriculture?
The Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, National Food Authority, National Irrigation Administration, and the Philippine Coconut Authority, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Villar. Senator Enrile is recognized for the period of interpretation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chair, Mr. President, what is the total rice production of the country when it is a bad year, when it is a best year? What is the
About 19 million metric tons.
19 million
Yes.
of rice, of
Yes. Oh, it's palay.
palay?
Oh, converted into rice, it's around 13 million metric tons. No?
What is the annual requirement of the people of this country for rice?
20. Short by. It's around. We're short by around 5%. Short by 5%.
So, that is an average, or is that
Usually, sometimes we're about to be able to fulfill our requirements, but the disaster will come, and then we're back again, short by 5%.
for the current year? How much is our production and how much is the shortage?
The demand, the production is 11 in rice, not in palay. It's 11.
Husk rice.
Oh, yeah. 11.3 million metric tons, and the demand is 12.9 million metric tons.
For the current year.
The current year.
What is the impact of the typhoons that visited the country during the year in connection with the requirement for after December?
It decreased by 3.5%.
That will represent how many tons of rice?
It's around 12.3, 3.5 is 3.9 million metric tons. 3.9 million metric tons.
3.9 million metric tons. The comparatively, rice produced in the country is much more costly than imported rice. Am I correct in this?
Yes. The average price of producing palay in Vietnam is $5.50 per kilo. In the Philippines, it's I don't know if it has improved, but in the record, it's $10.50 per kilo. So we're really not competitive, except now that they have this project of field rice. They call it 10-5, producing 10 metric tons per hectare at 5 pesos per kilo. If we can achieve that, if field rice can achieve that, then we're competitive.
Thank you for that. Now, I would like, are we now in the budget of the Philippine Coconut Authority?
You can do, well, I can do
Yeah,
at the
okay.
same time.
Now, what is our current coconut bearing population? Or I'll put it this way. How many hectares of coconut lands are at present productive?
345 million coconut trees.
345
345 million trees at 3.4 million hectares. Yes.
300, but not all of those coconut trees. They're only trees. They're not bearing. Some of them are
we're
not.
aiming to replace them if they're not.
And some of them are
Old
very
already. 20% are old.
20% are old. Now I'll reduce it to production. How many tons of coconut of copra do we produce a year, and how much in coconut oil?
2.3 million metric tons.
Of
Coconut. Copra.
copra. And in terms of coconut oil,
In coconut oil. Million. 1.6 million
tons.
metric tons of cocoa oil.
How do we compare now in the world market? What portion of the world market do we control?
3% of all the vegetable oil market.
I'm only talking of coconuts.
That's the 3%.
3%? We used to control 70% of the coconut oil globally.
Ano?
I understand.
But that's our production here in the Philippines, but we control 60% of the total coconut oil market.
In terms of coconut oil alone, because there is now a big demand for coconut oil.
Yes. We
Coconut
control
water, coconut oil, coconut sugar,
Yeah.
coconut flour.
But the coconut oil, we control 60% of the coconut oil market in the world.
We are now surpassed by Indonesia and Malaysia.
Surpassed by Indonesia ba?
Am I correct? Or
We're still number one in cocoa
we are still
oil.
number one? We are still number one. Okay, that's good. What is the replanting program of the Department of the government? I'll put it in the government because I'm confused at the moment. There are two departments of agriculture now. What is the replanting program of the government? Do we have really a replanting program?
The replanting project, the budget is 400 million. Diba?
How many, using that magnitude, and
How
given
many
the
trees?
fact that we have such a X million number of hectares of coconut lands with aging 20% old trees,
Centration.
what is the cycle of replanting if you start in circa 2016 using
Usually 4 years.
a revolving fund of 400 billion? How many years can we?
If you use dwarf coconut, it's 4 years, 3 years, and if you use not the dwarf coconut, 7 years,
What dwarf
5 to
coconut
7 years.
What dwarf coconut are we talking about?
The small one.
I know.
That's a new variety, the smaller ones.
Are we talking of mawa?
I think so. You know, it's the trend now to plant lower trees so that when you harvest, you don't have to climb. You just pick.
That's correct. We
Yeah.
started that, but that was not successful. It
But
is
they're
prone
doing now because
it's
they're
prone to, it's sensitive to strong winds. That's good in the Ivory Coast. And in,
Ngayon daw po successful na.
oh, talaga?
Opo.
How many seed plantation do you have now? How big is your
Ano tawag
seed
mo sa
garden?
inyo? Ano? It's not mawa anymore, but it's still small.
Do you still have the Suhiro seed garden in Davao? Wala na? Anong variety ang ginagamit nyo na to give
Ano daw
you
variety?
is
Synthetic variety.
Huh?
Synthetic variety.
Yes, but that must be a product of crossing.
Yes.
What did you cross to produce a dwarf, easily harvested?
There's a cross between dwarf and tall.
What kind of tall? African tall?
And tall and tall.
Yes.
Okay.
There are many kinds of tall. You
Yes.
have San Ramon tall and you have African tall.
San Ramon variety and Laguna variety. Bye-bye variety.
So you cross domestic
Yes.
species.
Yes.
Okay. San Ramon is big coconut. And the Laguna, there's a variety that's smaller but meaty. Okay.
Yes.
So what is the production per hectare now?
Oh, of the dwarf?
Yeah, of this new variety.
Oh, what's the production?
How much coconut population per hectare?
How
Can
many?
you
Di ba
plant?
100 per hectare ba? Oh, but how many trees in 1 hectare? 100 trees per hectare, and you can produce 3 to 5 tons of coconut
per year.
per year.
How many hectares of land have we planted so far of this variety?
Ilan na daw na ba? Last year, they planted 195,000 hectares times 100. That is 19.5 million trees.
Where are these located? Where did you plant this? In southern Tagalog, or in the Visayas, or in Mindanao?
I think more in the Yolanda-stricken areas because all the coconut trees were down in the Region 8, diba? Because of Yolanda and maybe
Yes, but I
and
want
Mindanao.
to know
And Mindanao.
where these are grown, because I would like to see them.
No. In Mindanao, which was hit by Pablo, that's Region 11, no?
So they are
Region
also
11.
sensitive to strong wind.
No, because they're smaller.
No.
Sensitive ba sila?
Dimawa is also small. In fact,
They're sensitive to winds, but you plant it in a way na triangle para hindi sila masyadong affected ng wind. Tatlo.
Madam Chair, you plant coconuts zigzag
Yeah.
in order to accomplish your 100.
Yeah. But they plant it in a group of trees. Three trees.
Since when did you start using this variety for replanting?
When did you start using the variety? The triangular planting they use after Yolanda, but when did you start using this dwarf? 6 years ago.
6 years. That is
2009?
2009.
2009.
And today you are now harvesting.
In some areas. Kasi 3 years eh. You can harvest in 3 years. 4 years.
Full bearing in 3 years, or
In 4 years.
4 years full bearing.
Yeah, it's
And you can,
shorter.
you can already. Do you have the
Harvest.
records on this? Okay.
Is it
where,
proven?
where can we get the seedlings?
Where can ito PCA. They get it from Zamboanga, no? And from Mindanao.
Yeah, but where is your seed garden? You cannot have a seedling unless you have a seed garden.
In Mindanao.
Where in Mindanao? In San Ramon?
Meron daw sa Bohol po. Puro Visayas, Mindanao. Nothing in Luzon.
What is the size of your seed garden?
303 po sa Cotabato.
300 hectares?
303 hectares.
What is your production per year? How many seed nuts do you produce per year?
We are producing around 15,000 nuts per hectare.
Per hectare? Every 40 days?
Per year, sir. Annual. Annual.
40 nuts every year?
No, 15,000 seed nuts per hectare.
Per hectare.
Per year.
So your total?
So we can produce around
300 times 15,000. Oh, ano yun? 300 times 15,000 is 4.5 million.
for one seed garden.
So with that seed garden, what is your estimate of period to replant all the
20%.
replantable areas in the country?
5 years daw po.
Oh, impossible.
195, ano ba? 195,000 hectares times 100 is 19.5 million. 5 years is 100 million. 100 million. Oh, ilan ba yung 20%?
How many in total are you producing in that seed garden? How many millions of seed nuts? Because in our time,
that
we had the seed
particular one
garden.
or the
We had the
total
seed garden in Bugso,
Ano total
producing
seed garden?
20 million seed nuts, huh?
Because Bugsok is one
Per year. Per
How many
year.
hectares ba seed garden?
And our cycle, our period to replant all the replantable areas in the country will be 40 years. And you can do it in
Ilan
5
ba
years,
seed
my
garden?
goodness. That will make the country one of the biggest exporters of coconuts.
How many seed gardens do you have? How many hectares?
We have a total of around 600 hectares of seed garden.
Hindi, sabi mo 1,000 yung isa, 300 yung isa.
That's the Cotabato.
Hindi, all over the Philippines.
No, that's the Bugsok.
Tapos,
600
Hindi, sa whole Philippines. Nationwide.
seed garden
Oo, ilan?
managed by PCA.
Oo.
Only 600.
Ay, 1,000 na yung isa, 300 na yung
Bugsok
isa.
is not managed by PCA.
Sino yun?
Everything na Bugsok.
O, ilan ang inyong
600
600 hectares?
But we are also in coconut plantations.
So, 600 times 19,500 ba? Ang isang, a year?
Do you produce 20 million seed nuts every year?
20,000. The,
Huh?
200.
I'm asking.
200.
Mr. President, I'm asking
2
whether
million.
PCA is producing 20 million seed nuts every year. That's the minimum that we were.
No, they're sourced from the private also.
Then your variety is not uniform. Your production will not be uniform.
What do you source from private? What kind of variety?
Evidently, you have no program.
Local variety. How many do you source from the private?
That's 40%.
40% of the demand. You provide 60%. Mr. President, they said they provide 60% of the replanting. The coconut for replanting, they buy the 40% from the private, and it's a different variety. The local variety.
So total of seed nuts you buy every year for replanting. How much? How many? Mabibilang ninyo yun eh.
Oh yeah, so 16 million from the private. Okay. 16 million from the private. That's 40%. So the 60% is how much? Additional 20% is 30 million from their source.
30 million. So divide that
So
by
a total of 46 million
every year.
every year.
Every year divided with 100.
100 is 46 million, 4.6, 46 million, 4.6, 460,000 trees. Ganun ba?
460,000 hectares of
No.
planted material annually.
Trees.
Impossible.
460,000 trees.
I have my calculator, please.
16 million from the private, and then 4 million from the 4 million, sabi nyo,
As of now.
sabi nyo 40%, sabi nyo 40% sa private, 60%.
How many planting materials do you have every year?
How many that?
46 million?
20 million. 20 million. Per year. For the whole project. Ilan na sinosource mo sa private?
May the chair request the sponsor to please speak to the microphone? Because we couldn't
Okay,
hear.
it's they have different figures, but anyway, finally they said it's 20 million trees, 16 million from the private, 4 million from their farm.
So 20 million.
So as a 100 divided by 100, it's 2,200,000 hectares.
A
Okay,
year.
a year. Okay,
For 6 years now.
6 years.
So you have replanted replanted
2 million.
planted 1,200,000
Yes. Yes.
trees.
Yes.
Where are these trees? Can you give me a location map of your...
Can we submit it to you?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, no problem. I'm just interested because
That's your ano eh.
no, I've been
that's
helping
your-
the coconut industry since
Yes. Yes.
I was once upon a time
Hindi na, wag mo na gulo yung mga-
involved in the coconut industry. No. Now, Madam Chair, whatever happened to the money of the coconut farmers that were liquefied? I think
the 72 billion is in the treasury bills.
Treasury bill.
Yes. Deposit in as a trust fund in behalf of the farmers. And they estimate that the remaining companies of the owned by the Coco Levy Fund will be about 30 billion in market value. So they hope to sell that, and then we will raise around 100 billion as a fund for the coconut farmers.
That's good, because we only used 2.5 billion to produce that value, but we were charged. Until now, we are undercharged for it.
Maybe it's a blessing in disguise, Manong. that
Maybe
it-
they should give that to us, and we will plead guilty, and we will stay in Bilibid and put up a 6-star hotel there for our confinement. So it's
Senator
in
Enrile,
it is in treasury bills.
yes, we
Is
hope
this-
to pass a bill wherein
but
we can use the interest of this money to help the coconut farmers.
But is this replanting program being used now
No.
by the old farmers who contributed to that fund in order to improve and modernize their farmlands?
We haven't passed a law on how to dispose or how to use the Coco Levy funds. So they're waiting, but the money being spent now is the budget of the PCA.
Okay. So what is the cost to the farmer of seed nuts? How big are these seed nuts that you are producing? How many months?
They give the seed nuts for free,
For free.
to the farmers as provided by law.
For free. So I'm a coconut farmer. I can come to you and ask for these seed nuts.
Yes.
Okay.
With their whole heart.
Thank you. I know what I'm going to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Senator Enrile. The Majority Leader, yes, Senator Vicente Soto is recognized.
Hilig niya yan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honor, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, the allocation for the DA, excluding the budgetary support for GOCCs, has decreased from 48.6 billion in 2015 to 47.8 billion in 2016. Would like to know the reason for the decrease. Well, perhaps it's largely attributable to the almost 97% reduction in the budget of the ACPC, no, the Agricultural Credit Policy Council. That's how I look at it. Is that right? It's from 2 billion to now only 43 million. Yun ba yung decrease?
I think there's
Am I
no
right?
decrease. Maybe they just transferred from one agency to another. No, because the budget, including it's 52 billion, and I think that's the budget last year.
No, well, I'm pertaining particularly to the ACPC.
Wala pong binigay sa ACPC in 2016. Ano ba yung ACPC?
Let me check my records, ha?
Oh, ba't hindi?
Kindly check page
Yeah,
243 of the
yeah,
budget.
Okay. But the general budget is not secret of the DA. Inalis lang to. Yung 2 billion. Bumaba ba? Okay. Okay. They removed that Agricultural Credit Policy Council, which has a budget of 2 billion.
Yes.
That's why the budget decreased by 1.67%.
Precisely. That's my point now. It's now only 43 million, di ba? So
48.
you still 48, 48
yeah.
pa? 43. 43.
Because you did not include the
All right. My question really is a little apprehension on the part of the fisher folk o yung mga magsasaka, mga mangingisda. Baka hindi na sila pwedeng makangutang or procure formal credit facilities under your ACPC Agro Industry Modernization Credit and Financing Program. Yun yung nasa ilalim ng ACPC ninyo eh. So binawasan ninyo. Can they still avail of such?
So it was given in 2015 and it's there and it's being lent out to farmers and it's being paid also. So it's a revolving fund. So there was no
okay.
need to allocate another 2 billion for that because it's not spent, it's being repaid after lending the money to the farmers.
Umiikot, ha? So ngayon, ang balita dito, balitaan nyo kami ngayon kung tama. Maganda ang payment nito. Maganda ang, what is are they up to date to their payments? What percentage are up to date in their payments sa mga inihiram sa inyo o pinagagamit dyan?
So for those which were released already, it's 86%.
Are up to date, ha? Ang so maliit lang arrears.
Oh yeah, 14%.
So yung 14%, that's very good. It's actually good news kasi yun ang bintang nung araw, sabi, sa mga magsasaka, hindi naman nagbabayad, kang gano'n, di ba? Nung araw, the loan portfolio of the banks for agriculture was very, very small, if I recall it right, no? All right, very good. Thank you very much. Now, I just have 2 more other points. The bulk of the budget is under the Office of the Secretary, allocation of 39.8 billion in 2014. It has received the bulk of DA's budget with an average share of 83.4%. Then, noong 2014 nata itong figures. 15, sorry.
Okay,
15 nung 2015.
Hanggang ngayon naman gano'n, di ba?
Ano po ba mga programa offered by the Office of the Secretary that requires it to have the largest share of the DA budget?
Okay. We have the National Rice Program with a budget of 7 billion. The National Livestock Program with a budget of 1 billion. National Corn Program with a budget of 2 billion. National High Value Crops Development with a budget of 3 billion. And the Promotion and Development of Organic Fertilizer with a budget of 600 million. Market Development, 100 million. farm to market network of 100 million, plant and animal regulation services of 800 million, other operations of 2.3 billion.
Thank you very much. Earlier, while you were deliberating with the Minority Leader, Senator Enrile, on the issue of rice, naalala ko lang po yung idea, although radical, of two businessmen, friends of mine. Yung dalawang negosyante, magagaling yun eh. So yung mga ideya nun, medyo radical pero maganda eh. Sabi nila, kung kalahati daw ng output ng rice natin, which is now 13 million metric tons, sabi nyo, ay bibili ng gobyerno. Hindi raw maghihirap ang mga magsasaka. Mawawala mga middlemen at makikinabang ng gusto at yayaman yung countryside. Yan ang sinasabi nila. Kung bibili natin ang kalahati ng output ng mga magsasaka, magkano po yun?
Pinagbibili nila sa private.
Kung?
Pag
It's a
po,
theoretical question.
Kasi po, we have to balance that the rice would also be affordable to the consumer, and at the same time, the farmer should earn from it. So, it's a balance.
Precisely. Yung mga magsasaka kasi, napipilitang magbaba ng presyo eh. Hindi ba? Pero kung ipepeg natin sa tamang presyo pagbili sa kanila at bibilin mo 50% of their output, magkano po ang gagastusin natin?
17 pesos per kilo.
17
pesos per kilo of rice, of palay, ang binibili ng NFA para doon sa gustong magbenta.
Ilang percent ng output nila?
Usually, hindi naman sila nagbebenta lahat sa gobyerno kasi napababenta nila sa private ng
Yun
mas
na nga
mahal.
Sa private, magkano bilhin nila sa kanila?
Depende, pero mas mataas usually.
Mas mataas? Bakit ang pagkakaalam ko, mas mababa?
Hindi po tayo nasa-short ng rice. Hindi tayo nag-o-oversupply ng rice except pag may nag-i-smuggle. Pero pag walang nag-i-smuggle, we're never short of never oversupply of rice, so the price will not go down.
Would you have an idea on how much the farmers sell their rice to the business or the traders?
18 to 21 po. 18 pesos to 21 pesos. The range.
Well, in that case, the information that we gathered is wrong because the information we gathered was that baliktad. Maganda kung gobyerno bibili at sa traders napapababa ang presyo nila.
Hindi po. Hindi po. 17 ang bili ng gobyerno, and if it's beyond 17 yung market, they sell to the traders.
Alright. So how much, ilang percent ang binibili ng gobyerno sa mga total natin?
1% lang daw.
1%? Kung mas mababa nga tayo 1%, pero ang intindi nga kasi ng mga kausap ko, mas mataas ang bili ng gobyerno. At
kasi
mas mababa
hindi
sa
naman po
traders.
bumababa kasi we're never oversupply of rice. We're always importing rice.
Hindi kaya yung mga middlemen ang kumikita sa 18 imbis na 17 din ang bili nila? Baka ang mga farmers, 15 lang ang napupunta sa kanila at yung mga middlemen ang nag-aakyat.
Kaya nga po, hindi ba, ang plano natin, it's always been a problem na dapat yung ating mga farmers diretso sa consumer. Yun ang pangarap natin na matanggal natin yung middleman at mapadiretso natin yung ating crops to the consumer.
Kasi yung grupo po ng mga magsasaka, nung minsan kakwentuhan ko, nung sinabi ko yung idea na yan, gustong-gusto nila. Kasi raw, mas kikita sila. Kasi nga daw, yung mga middlemen na kumikita, hindi sila. Mawawala ang middleman pag gobyerno ang bumili sa kanila. At least kahit 50%. Gustong-gusto ng mga magsasaka. So parang di ko maintindihan kung bakit sasabihin mas mataas yung presyo. Baka nga dahil yung mga middlemen ang kumikita. Anyway, pag-aralan po natin makasakali. I just had to ask considering that
It's
the
always a
national rice,
struggle
Uh-uh.
to control
There's a-
the middleman to help
there's
our
a-
farmers.
considering there's a 7 billion budget for national rice program of in the
The
Department
7
of,
million budget po,
ng
7
Secretary,
billion.
Office of the Secretary.
No, for the National Rice
Oh,
Program.
National Rice Program, that's
Oo.
right. Tama.
Oo. Yung
Anyway.
ano po, seeds, they give 2 billion worth of seeds, 488 million worth of fertilizer, and then 227 million support to stations and program management of 400 million. That's the breakdown of the production support of the National Rice Program.
All right, thank you. Just one final point. Special provision number 6 under the Office of the Secretary states that 47.882 billion appropriated under the DA shall be used to support the programs and projects under the Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization Program. The amount is then supplemented by additional 41.23 billion with appropriations lodged in various implementing agencies, I understand. So further, AFMP,
Saan?
the Agriculture Fish Program, will be supported by funds made available by GFIs to cover the loaning operations component of the AFMP. Ang budget, more or less, I think, it would be 88 billion, no? Ano-ano mga programa po will be available through the Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization Program?
Sumasama to sa DA program. Doon din. Oo, yun din. Okay. These are being spent for the different programs of the DA.
Ano po ang mga
And
programa?
this is what I mentioned, the National Rice Program, the
Hindi po,
National...
yung sa agriculture, I see.
Same. They
Sa modernization program, yun din. I
pumapasok
see.
to
Okay.
dito. The National
Pumapasok
Corn
yan.
Program, the National High Value Crops Program, the National Livestock Program, and the Organic Agriculture Program. These are the banner programs of the Department of Agriculture, worth 17 billion.
Who can avail of these programs? Sino pong eligible dito sa mga programa na to?
Usually, they give this to cooperatives and farmers association.
I see.
They give away seeds, fertilizer. For the rice, they give away seeds and fertilizer. For the corn, they give away seeds, fertilizer, biological control, cloud seeding, aflatoxin. And for the high-value crop, they give seeds, planting materials, flower inducer, production facilities like nursery, and of course, may kasama dito na irrigation network, market development support, extension support, R&D, and agri and fisheries equipment facilities.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I am... Meron. Thank you very much. I'm clarified.
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
President.
Senator
Majority
Soto.
Leader.
Mr. President, there are no other senators who wish to interpolate on the budgets of the Department of Agriculture, all its attached agencies, including the budgetary support to government corporations, the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Agriculture, the National Dairy Authority, Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, Philippine Fisheries Development, Philippine Rice Research Institute, Sugar Regulatory Administration, Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, National Food Authority, National Irrigation Administration, and Philippine Coconut Authority. I move that we submit their budgets for consideration of the body.
Any objection? Hearing none.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Suspension for 1 minute. So, can we request the next agency, which is the Department of Tourism? Oh.
Konti lang.
Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, Senator Recto, to sponsor the budget of the Department of Tourism, DOT, along with attached agencies, Intramuros Administration, National Parks Development Committee, as well as the budgetary support to government corporations, the Tourism Promotions Board. I so move.
Consideration of the budget of the Department of Tourism and the attached agencies enumerated by the Majority Leader is in order.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senator Recto is recognized
Yes.
to present the budget to the Chamber.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. The budget of the Tourism Department is 3.6 billion. With regard to the attached agency, there's 500 million for the Tourism Promotion Board.
All right.
It's one of the smallest budgets given to any department. Mr.
Senator Soto is recognized on the period of interpellation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honor, this is going to be brief. I just want some enlightenment on 2 or 3 points. First, there is an income from merchandising operations paragraph under the special provisions of the Department of Tourism. It's provided therein that the said income in the amount of 150 million shall be used for tourism-related projects and activities. Pwede po bang malaman kung ano-ano itong tourism-related projects and activities where the 150 million will be allocated?
Okay. Which goes to the tourism department, right?
It's under income from merchandising operations.
Could you repeat the question, Assistant Minority Leader?
Yes. There is an, in the budget, under special provisions, income from merchandising operations.
Merchandising operations should be with regard to the duty free. Yes.
Ah, is that so?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So, it's provided therein that the said income in the amount of 150 million shall be used for tourism-related projects and activities. We just want to be enlightened on what are these tourism-related projects and activities.
Okay. Mr. President, the income discussed in that provision goes primarily to the Tourism Promotion Board, which is utilized for promotion purposes.
So, yung specific projects and activities,
It's with
generally, it's
generally
really
in the Tourism Promotion Board. Now,
Oo.
the Tourism Promotion Board, generally their entire budget goes to promotion purposes.
all right for promotion
Yes.
purposes. Okay. Now, well, similarly, under
1.5 billion will go to marketing and promotions, 51 million for corporate planning, 191 million administrative expenses, 172 million for contingency fund. That is the operating budget of the Tourism Promotion Board.
$51 million corporate planning. Ano ibig sabihin ng
Corporate planning.
corporate planning po?
Yes. So, yung Tourism Promotion Board,
Promotion.
just for the understanding of the body,
Oo.
is involved with regard to promoting tourism in the country, di ba? Yung Office of the Secretary naman, nandun naman yung budget for advertising and branding.
So the 150 million will not be used for advertising. There is another budget for it.
There's another budget for it. Yes. Yeah. Correct. Yes. Promotions not necessarily for advertising purposes. yung It's More Fun in the Philippines, that will be with the Office of the Secretary.
So, iba't ibang mga promotional...
Promotional activities, yung mga
activities.
tourism fairs na pinupuntahan, so on and so forth,
Alright.
Mr. President.
Sige. Now, also in its special provision is a budget for bottom-up budgeting projects amounting to 195,662,000. Ano po itong mga BUP projects that the Department of Tourism have previously approved? Is there a list of the bottom-up budgeting projects for 2016?
Yes, we do have a list. They go all over the region, all over the country.
Mahaba yan.
Mahaba.
You will just accept a copy.
Yes, I can give you a copy right now,
All
Mr.
right,
President. Yes.
please. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Pero maliit lang na halaga to, 196 million lang, Mr. President.
Sa iyo, maliit lang yan.
For all over the country.
Oh, yes. Of course. For next year. Now,
For next year, yes.
in the budget of the Intramuros administration, there is a provision for Intramuros property conservation amounting to 410 million.
Yes. That is
So,
for,
does this include my favorite place in Intramuros?
which is the golf course.
Of course.
My understanding here is the 444 million will be used for relocating resettlement of squatters. Yung
abay,
mga
meron
nandun
pa ba?
sa Ililipat, opo.
There are still squatters?
There are still. But they're not in the golf
You're
course.
not talking about Letran, no?
No, I'm not, Mr.
Yeah,
Mr.
so,
President.
because we were there originally. Letran was there originally, even before the Spaniards came. No, I mean,
Okay.
together with the Spaniards when they arrived.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Uh-huh. So, buildings, areas, sites, ganyan.
Lahat ito for relocation and resettlement.
What about the golf course?
I think the maintenance of the golf course comes from the income of the golf course.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Self-sustaining yung golf course, Mr. President.
All right. All right. Senator, the minority leader is also interested in this information. For 2015, the target of the DOT for international arrivals was 8.2 million. Is that right?
That was the original target, but I think we've downscaled that target, and for 2016, it's going to be roughly 5 million.
Huh?
Yes.
Well, I was expecting you'll bring it up to 10 million.
That was the original plan, 10 million.
Also, was the number of foreign arrivals affected by the recent issues involving the Office of the Transportation Security?
Maybe not with regard to the OTS Tanimbala, but I suppose because we were delayed in investing in our airports, and then maybe because of the certain problems with China over the West Philippine Sea.
Pero as of now, are we going to reach the target of 8.2?
No, I think we will only end up with roughly 5 million. But ang mahalaga dito, Mr. President, is that are we earning more from tourism? While it's true that we have less tourist arrivals than the target, but there's a growth every year, the gross value added of the industry continues to increase. Tourists are staying longer. Normally, in the past, they stayed for 8 days. Now, it's an average of 10, 11 days. They're spending more. So, mas malaki ang kinikita ng ating ekonomiya pagdating sa length of stay at yung gastos na ginagawa ng mga turista. They're staying longer and spending more.
So that would perhaps explain your branding campaign budget has doubled, no?
Yes, and they're
For
staying longer. That
2016.
means it is fun to be in the Philippines,
Yes,
Mr.
oo.
President.
Dati kasi 600 million, ngayon 1.1 billion. Is there any particular program lined up for this allocation, bearing in mind that the department's for... No, so it's not 10 million anymore, no? The target is... For next year, what is the target?
Roughly 5 million.
5 million na lang.
I'm sorry.
But if
They're
staying
targeting
longer,
6
you're
million by
saying-
the end of next year.
Okay.
5 million this year.
So we're being a little conservative now than last year. All right.
Yes.
Your promotion campaign for next year is
Just to
visit
put on the
Philippines.
record, I'm sorry, Minority Leader, but just to put on the record, that's double from where they started in 2010. 3 million lang tayo noong 2010.
Ah,
Ang
3
turista,
oh yes,
ang
yes,
inbound tourist
I
natin,
remember
yes.
that. 3 million in 2010. Yeah, so we still went higher. Your promotion campaign for next year is visit the Philippines again 2016. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why is there a need to change the brand name? Where the branding campaign?
Yes, it still remains. It's more fun in the Philippines. This is like for more retail purposes, I am told. So this year it's visit
so it
Philippines.
remains. This is just
Next year
an
it's visit-
additional
Yes.
promo campaign.
That's correct.
Visit
That's
the
correct.
Philippines again. I see.
That's
Okay.
correct.
So we're not changing it, good. How do you plan to encourage repeat visitors? Hindi na alisin mo. Oo nga.
They've lined up a number of activities for next year, which they feel is more impactful, and they're communicating this to the target audiences.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just going back to Intramuros, I was there from grade 2 to college. I'm the Intramuros is close to my heart.
Yes.
Yung katabi ng immigration building is the old Central Bank building. My father used to work there. That's why we were enrolled in Retan from Ateneo. Now, it's now Intendencia building. Are you renovating it? At kailan matatapos renovation nito? This is part of the Intramuros area.
Yeah. In cooperation with the central bank, so essentially it's a central bank project in cooperation with the Department of Tourism. They plan to turn it into a museum for archives and monetary history of the Philippines.
And is it ongoing? When is the
Yes.
plan? Renovation is ongoing.
The renovation will begin next year, 2016.
Next year pa mag-start. Okay. I thought the renovation was ongoing. I could visit on Saturday and look at it because we're having a party in Intramuros on Saturday in Letran because we are the NCAA champions this time of the year.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you very much. So,
Did you have anything to do with it, Mr. President?
none at all. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Soto, the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there are no other senators who wish to interpolate on the budget of the DOT and the attached agencies and the support to government corporations. I thus move that we submit it for consideration of the body.
Approved.
Mr. President, there being no more matters to discuss, I move that we close the period of interpellations on House Bill 6132.
Any objection? Hearing none. The period for interpellation on House Bill number 6132, the General Appropriations Bill for 2016, is hereby terminated.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 6132.
Consideration of House Bill number 6132 is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of tomorrow, Thursday, November 26, 2015.
Before we act on the motion, the Secretary is directed to inform the offices of all the senators of the adjournment of the session for today and until 3 o'clock tomorrow, November 26, at which time we will have a roll call of the members present. We expect to approve on second and third reading the proposed budget in tomorrow's session. Upon motion of the Majority Leader, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, November 26, 2015.